All right. Looks like I'm gonna be starting lonely for the first time in these streams. All right. What we got? What we got? We got the new sniper rifle, Requiem, alligator. Brr, brr, brr. Think I've upgraded this all the way or something. What is this? First two bomb parts. Got the gas can with fuel. Some scrap. No more money. Oh no, I got some money. How much bullets we got? Got 30, 32, 12, 13, 67. See if we can make do for now. Okay. So I just got the gas can thingy, which means. Oh, what's this? Oh, I guess I'm going over there. Is it gas? Okay. 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 Right now, something to get my bridge over here. It's getting annoying to have to go through here all the way in and then all the way back out. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Relay? Signal receiver. Good what? And hello. Nice to see you on one of your 300 accounts. So no longer Brutal Gaming? That name is very old school, Julius. Must have been one of your older accounts. Yeah, that counts from like 15 years ago. Damn. By the way, did that message I sent you on WhatsApp ring a bell at all? Very nice. I'm playing Resident Solid Snake. Or Resident Evil Solid Snake. I think that would be it. Resident Evil Solid Snake, just like Metal Gear Solid Snake. Actually, no, it was called Metal Gear Solid, not Metal Gear Solid Snake. The second Metal Gear was called Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. And then all the other Metal Gears were Metal Gear Solid. Honestly, I don't know why I haven't deleted it. It should probably delete. You probably should. I feel like having a crap ton of unused accounts just sitting around is just a security issue waiting to happen. Although I guess if you've never used it for anything except like Dota, I guess they're not really linked to anything important. I haven't read the WhatsApp message yet. I have no cell service in my office. Gotcha. I'm conflicted. I put the game in first person mode as Leon, and on one hand, how do I get in here? Why is it sitting here? Haven't I been here already? Yeah, that was. Oh, it's up here. So, okay. All right, I came in for nothing. Um, Forgot what I was saying. What were we talking about? Forgot. Remind me, Joes. Rewind through my stream and let me know. Can you blow my pito, baby? Pito, baby, let me know. You said you were going to buy me this game. Oh yeah. All right. Thanks for reminding me. As soon as the stream's over, I'll go ahead and do it. That's what we were talking about. So, what do you like more in the Resident Evil games? The survival horror parts or the more actiony parts? When survival horror, we're talking about like I think you played all the modern ones, right? So we're talking about like the early parts of Biohazard when you were kind of like sneaking around the redneck house and trying to avoid all contact because all you had was a shitty gun. Um, and if we're talking about when we're talking about action, we're talking about like pretty much all of the game of Village except for like maybe the first 2 hours. When is my birthday? I sent you on WhatsApp. Where the hell is it? There it is. In order, action, horror, and then the least liked parts of these games are the puzzles. There's pretty like the modern games don't really have much in terms of puzzles, unless you consider puzzles. I need to find this key. Oh, I found the key. Let me go back to that door that needed the key. So, I think you may, hmm, you may struggle a bit with the first half of this game then, because Grace literally does not get a better weapon than the pistol like ever. She gets the Requiem, but you pretty much sit on like 3 bullets for that thing for most of her part of the game.
Damn, they brought in the big guns.
Oh, damn it. Well, at least I just use a herb and nothing big. Damn, I'm actually running out of health items. Huh. Oh no, here they are. Okay, I'm fine. Yeah, or figure out this missing combination, or oh, you're missing a button to the keypad. Go find the button, but also don't know the code. Kill a zombie, collect the DNA, and upload it. It's kind of what the fuck. Figure out this missing combination. Yeah, but like even like with the missing combinations, sometimes they'll be like in the older games, they'd be clever about how you find the numbers. Like they did a pretty clever thing in Silent Hill, for example, when you set to find like combination for a key or a lock. But every puzzle in this game has just pretty much been this key requires three. Well, this door requires three keys. Go find it around the map. Oh, this door is locked until you get to level 2 lock. Oh, here's the level 2 lock somewhere over in the other side of the house. I think the biggest kind of like puzzly thing I found in Grace's section was the corpse that required you to put that was empty, and then you've ended up finding a bunch of different organs around the house. And I mean, if you consider a puzzle, oh, well, I saw an empty corpse. Where do I put these organs? Then I guess that was a puzzle. But realistically speaking, there was nothing that really needed your brain power. Oh, that's like a helmet. Okay. Shotgun shells. Hello there. How do I get to you? Bro, speaking of Silent Hill, so I actually sat down to play Silent Hill F. Great game so far, but 1 hour into the game, I have to figure out how to unlock a door, and I just gave up. Damn. Just talk about freaking. I mean, you spend money on the game. At that point, if you're just gonna put it down, you might as well. Oh shit! Are you kidding me? They have guns now. Um, I would not recommend using a walkthrough. That is shameful. But if the other option is just waste your money because you're just not gonna play the game, then you might as well just look up a walkthrough. I mean, thank you for announcing yourselves. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I was talking about this before though. What's always funny to me, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was early in Resident Evil Biohazard. I think it's 7, where you had to like go to the garage of the country house you're in, and you have to open something to open the door to the garage, I think, and it's just like blocked by some tape. Like there's some basic ass duct tape, but instead of just ripping it off, you need to find something specific to go off the duct tape. That shit always it's frustrating, but it also makes me laugh because it's just like such artificial like uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Obstacles. It's like the equivalent of um I'm going up the stairs, but now this one box on the floor won't let me go up any further. Okay, so see, here's one of the great puzzles. Okay, I need a hand crank, so I just went along the natural route to into the building, which naturally led me to a hand crank, and now put in the hand crank. Puzzles. But yes, you told me you were talking about Silent Hill, but yeah, Silent Hill definitely is more on the puzzly side.
One of the parts should be just up here.
Man, I should listen to my gut. Not only would have been satisfying to snipe them, but I had such a perfect spot when I was up on, where was it? One of those places up there, to just shoot a bunch of the zombies from up there with my sniper. And it would have made my life easier when I came down here, but for some reason I just thought that they just put zombies down here for no reason, that I was never gonna face them. I don't have time for that shit. It's more on the waifu side now. Ooh. The waifu side? What do you mean? Oh, hello. The hell? These motherfuckers using mortars now? You telling me these zombies doing trigonometry and calculating the trajectory of the mortar shells? Okay, to be fair, I'm pretty sure you don't actually need trigonometry and stuff. There's probably some kind of computer that does all the work for you. But I could be wrong. Fine. You just like wasting my time, don't you, game? It's more like the gay Islamic zombies and shit? Oh, the god Islamic zombies. They should have followed the route of the early 2000s with Resident Evil, and just kept having a bunch of different Resident Evil games in different different countries. Would have been funny. Actually, you know what? I know you're over here surprised that the zombies talk, because the zombies have been talking since Resident Evil 4. Oh, forastero, detrás de ti, imbécil. I mean, I know those guys weren't very zombie-like, but they were technically zombies. Just Las Plagas zombies. I wasn't into all the like looking up spicy news thing when I was a kid, so I wouldn't know. But based on things that I saw years later, just from looking stuff up, yeah, I don't think it was like so controversial that it made like big news, because obviously like nobody talks about it anymore. But and plus that was back when those kind of people that complained about everything weren't given like the time of day, because people just kind of laughed at them. But now that I'm done with the preamble, yes, I do believe there were some people that bitched about Resident Evil 5 because it was a white man shooting a bunch of black zombies. Maybe that's why they added Sheva. It's like, see, it's also a black woman. It's okay, right? I mean, I see why, but I think some people try to race bait it. I don't know. Oh, yeah, race bait. I understand what you mean. Yeah. I mean, those people have always existed. I don't think it was there was definitely like a thing, like people talked about it back then, but I don't think it was as big a thing, because again, the people that bitch about those kind of things back then were just not really given the time of day as they shouldn't be. Oh my god. Where's that even coming from? Okay. I need to go online and see what people feel about mortar shooting zombies. I mean, I guess it was inevitable that at one point, they would start doing more intelligent zombies, because they've kind of already been going that way, starting with Resident Evil 3. Just never expected mortars, you know? Oh shit. Oh wait, I'm stupid. These are the BSS guys, aren't they? Can you stop twitching? Completely off topic. Oh no, no. Completely off topic. Have to seen who they added to Rainbow Six Siege. Bro, I have not been keeping up with Rainbow Six Siege since we stopped playing it. Hell, even when we played it, I didn't really keep up with it. Actually, no. The comment still stands. But because I'm on a Metal Gear subreddit, I have seen that they added Solid Snake. I think they added the character Solid Snake and Ocelot. But I think they added Solid Snake, and then everybody else is just a custom, right? So like there's actually a Solid Snake character, but then all the other Metal Gear characters are just customs for pre-existing characters, right? Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Got a key? Well, okay, I guess there's two after me. At least I don't have to worry about snakes jumping out at me when I break the boxes. Good lord. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. So that seems to be their range. Not that it really matters because I can't see them from here. And there's no way of getting a higher vantage point. I guess I saw it when I logged into Steam. I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what his abilities are. Brother, can I just have 2 seconds? With all these Spec Ops zombies, it would be a missed opportunity if they didn't add a chainsaw wielding Spec Ops zombie. This Spec Ops zombies now? Oh, so I gotcha. In this level, I see what you're talking about. Well, I literally just went through Chainsaw People. I think it was last stream. There was like just a normal zombie with a chainsaw, because apparently now they can just pick up the chainsaw when the main one drops it. So there was just a normal zombie with a chainsaw. And then there was like an actual chainsaw guy, like the types that will eat up all your freaking shotgun bullets and still keep walking. However, something they add in this game that is very satisfying is that you yourself can pick up the chainsaw. And that is indeed a very satisfying mechanic. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Now the bomb's gonna kill me, watch. Okay, good. See, I talked it out of existence. That's why it didn't happen. I unmanifested. God damn it. What? Fuck! Oh my god, this is actually getting annoying. Are you fucking kidding me? Just have heat-seeking mortars? Okay, that's cool. What am I even supposed to do? Yeah, ever since Resident Evil 4, I'm pretty sure they've had a chainsaw guy in every game at least every main, oh my god, every mainline game. Oh, he's back in the first one. Or somebody is. Okay, just making sure he's actually dead. The only difference is that in this game they didn't bitch out like in Resident Evil 5. Because I remember Resident Evil 4 has some gruesome ass death scenes. Leon's face could get melted off, he could get like chopped in half, he could get decapitated. Oh my god. Well, how about all those recovery items I had?
Here we go.
But then in Resident Evil 5, I remember they kind of pussied away from the death scenes. I'm pretty sure there were no special death scenes, and even when you got your head chopped off, they would purposely put the camera in a way where you wouldn't be able to see it. But even when the camera messed up a little bit and they did show it, you could tell that you weren't even really getting decapitated. So it's like they hit it just so you couldn't tell that nothing was happening. Oh my god, it's fucking annoying, dude. Oh, hold up. Heard that. There you are. Come on. Just barely out of sight. That that was really annoying. Love you. Really? The Chemis sent me to a goose chase for these three pieces, and now it's broken. We'll grab a repair kit from container 2 in the central camp. The signal receiver got all beaten up during transport, and we need to fix it. I just got reassigned and can't get it myself. This one's up to you, Graves. Oh wow, so cool to let me use it when there's no one to use it on. Thanks. This reminds me and Alonso we're playing Army of Two recently. Yes, the PS3 game Army of Two. And they always I feel like a lot of games actually do this where they place turrets in these spots where it's like by the time you actually get to them, there's nothing to use them on. And it's just so deflating. It's like you see it and you're like, oh yeah, oh. Like, why even let me use it? Don't bother programming the mechanic. Oh, okay. Sorry, I am late. It is okay. I do the forgive. For you I forgive. Prepare the fire main gun. Fire. 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 Okay, I'll stop being like that. Oh yes, I love it when suddenly it feels like I'm scrolling my mouse through molasses. That's another thing. Why do games do this thing where when you use like big guns, they bring down your mouse sensitivity to like 2. You see this? I am stretching my arm out all the way across my table to do this. From one side to another. That was it? Oh, okay. That was kind of satisfying, I guess. Did you ever try Fox Hunt? I did not. I'm not gonna lie. Konami really dropped the ball on it. Like, I love Metal Gear, and I love Metal Gear. Loved Metal Gear Online, but they released it so much later after the game dropped that I was just kind of already over it. And then when I actually wanted to try it, I saw nothing but like not good reviews on it. And then it didn't help that I just kept seeing that the game was dead. Maybe I shouldn't have let it change my mind on it, but but seeing everything people were saying about it, I was just like, eh. I mean, Metal Gear from like right off the get-go is not exactly like a game that's super popular for its online features. Um, so it's not like you're gonna have a big line of people just like waiting for bated breath for them to finally reach the online. So I just feel like it was a really dumb move of them to release it so much after the main game, because you got to capitalize on that, on like that's big splurge of people buying your games. It actually wasn't that bad for what it was, but I definitely hadn't played it in many months. How well you? I was gonna ask how much you played it, but I think from what you sent me, it seemed like you did play quite a bit. I don't know. I don't know what kept me off of it. It's a shame. Um, to be honest, considering our schedules, we probably wouldn't have been able to play much together anyways. And unless the game was like out of this world, I probably wouldn't have played it by myself just because I don't really play many online games myself anymore, except for like League of Legends.
Found the signal receiver. Or at least what's
Did
left of
I?
it.
Okay, one component left.
Oh,
By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BSAA. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's been an increase in government surveillance. Looks like my fan base is growing.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
maxed out my level. Wow. Okay. I guess you really did play quite a bit. But sins never die. Can't wash the blood off our hands. So, where would you put it? What would you rank it between Metal Gear Online 2 and Metal Gear Online 3? 2 being the one from Metal Gear Solid 4 and 3 being the one from Metal Gear Solid 5. Resident Evil. It's like Metal Gear Online 3, but plays into a very tiny shell environment with lame game modes, but generally the feel of the combat is the best of all games, in my opinion. Huh. How's the game so far? Ooh.
Beautiful. Just need to get through that gate.
Um, it's good. It's got a little bit of both halves of the Resident Evil fan base. Collect detonator parts, 2 out of 3. Um, that was 2 out of 3. I could have I already had 2. That's why I named the stream "Finishing the Bomb." Huh. But yeah, cause I was talking about this last time. Um, how because, huh? How do I get in here? I want to power that. Because of how Resident Evil evolved over time, um, the original Resident Evil games were entirely survival horror. I mean, I would say, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would say Resident Evil probably invented the genre, if not definitely popularized it. Which came out first, Resident Evil or Silent Hill? I think Silent Hill was a response to Resident Evil, right? Yeah, Resident Evil came out first. Um, so it's kind of like the king of survival horror. Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and all those weird little spin-offs that came out in the PS2 era. But starting with Resident Evil 4, it started becoming more action focused. Resident Evil 4 was still hanging around in the horror, survival horror areas, mainly because you had to stand still to shoot, so it still gave you a little bit of tension. You still couldn't just run around being freaking Rambo. Um, and just in general, it was just still relatively scary in some parts. But in Resident Evil 5, it pretty much was just full on action, and Resident Evil 6 just got to a point where old fans just did not like it at all because it was just very much just action. Um, and then ever since then, they've been trying to kind of like toe the line between the two genres. Resident Evil 7 started out pretty survival horror-y, when you start like in that house with the like country people, the redneck zombies chasing you around. But pretty much as soon as you start getting any reasonable amount of weapons, you just become unstoppable, and the scariness kind of stops until you get to the level with that dollhouse. Wait a minute, no, it's Resident Evil Village actually. Um, then Evil Village, the one where everybody was simping over Dimitrescu, came out, and that one was pretty much action right out the get go. That was like maybe the first hour or something. That was kind of survival horror because you just had a pistol, but the moment you got a shotgun, it's over. There's no more feeling of survival horror. So in this one, what they try to do is it seems that the first half of the game you play as Grace, which is pure survival horror. The whole game, all you have is a pistol, and you gotta really conserve ammo because it's not like there's a bunch of ammo everywhere. And for the most part, you're kind of just sneaking around and trying not to die. Now in the second half, you got Leon's half, which is more action. You got all these guns. Um, and bullets are a bit more abundant. So instead of trying to mix both into one game, they almost just kind of made two games in one. So I like both genres, so I'm okay with it so far. But I can tell that there's gonna be a lot of people complaining about the way they set this up. Let me catch up with all this. I kind of rambled there. That's cool. I just finished Resident Evil 1 and decided to play to make it what? And I decided to play to make an OG4 at the same time with two different groups. I'm gonna need you to re-explain that one. Pretty sure Resident Evil was first. You were right. Resident Evil was first. Silent Hill went much more into psychological horror direction. Actually, yeah, that's a genre I even forgot. It's psychological horror. You're right. Silent Hill was kind of survival horror, but it was mainly considered psychological horror. You're completely right about that, and that is why I like it more. Resident Evil was more survival horror. Yes. There was some games in the survival horror genre, but Resident Evil was what made it popular because of the storyline. What other popular games were survival horror before Resident Evil? Maybe there were just some niche games around that I just never heard of. Was Dino Crisis one of them? And I think that was a Resident Evil clone. What they call Resident Evil clones because a bunch of games like Resident Evil came out after Resident Evil. He needs a couple of more guns. I mean, technically, he had two more guns. I just sold them because they were just shittier version of my shotgun and shittier version of my sniper, well, of my sniper rifle. Let's see. Let's see. How do I get there? I want to get there. I want to be able to power this up. Maybe. You know, I'm not gonna try too hard on it because I don't want to be backtracking too much. I just want to. Alone in the Dark was one of. Alone in the Dark came out in the PlayStation era? Am I thinking of the wrong game? Alan Wake. Okay, but Kevin, Alan Wake was like PlayStation 3 era. We're talking about like before Resident Evil 1. Like, yeah, I'm aware there's plenty of survival horror games that exist now. But I'm just saying, I was just talking about like which game created the genre. If Resident Evil didn't create it, it definitely popularized it. Huh. Is there a more modern Alone in the Dark game? Because I feel like there's I feel like there's a modern Alone in the Dark. Maybe I'm just thinking of the wrong game. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Resident Evil just made the game mainstream. I want to look up Alone in the Dark, but I don't want to interrupt the stream for that. Do you guys mind if I just freeze here for a bit and look it up, just see what it looks like? Like just a screenshot of it? It's over here, so I'm not even in the right building. What am I doing? Hold on, maybe if I go over here. I mean, the name Alone in the Dark just feels like such a cliche name for a horror game that I guess it must have been one of the first ones, because it's like being, I don't know, the first game to have a name like House of Evil, which is pretty much what Resident Evil is, or Night of Zombies. You know, some generic shit like that. You'd have to be one of the early people to have be able to have that name. How do I get in here? Oh yeah, there's the one that I could never actually get to. Just sounds like be scared. Ooh. Don't know if it's a hot take, but Japanese name for Resident Evil is so much better. Is it a Biohazard? What I find cool is that the Japanese name for Resident Evil is Biohazard, and English is Resident Evil. And Resident Evil 7, the name of the game was Resident Evil Biohazard, and in Japanese it was Biohazard Resident Evil. Oh, there you are. I knew I heard more. It's fun when these games start turning almost like into like a math equation. You're like, okay, well, I looted. Hey, come down. No running. I looted 3 bullets out of that guy, and it took me 2 bullets to take him down. Therefore, it was a worth investment. And it's like you're playing stocks with bullets. I hear you, buddy. Where are you, my friend? Where is he? He's close. Are you back here? Is there something back there? You can't keep me from my friend. Is he upstairs? Is it downstairs? He ain't running now. No, definitely seems to be up there. Huh. I wish it was like in the PS1 era when they haven't discovered um, cameras that had colliders on them, so you could just like do this and clip through objects so you can see behind them. How would one get back there? Hmm. Can you suplex in this game? You cannot suplex. At least I haven't been able to so far. I can't believe they didn't bring that back. That is like so iconic of Leon. Oh, there it is. He suplexes and Chris just gives you a straight hook to the face. Oh, was it Chris that suplexes? I think it was Leon, right? All right, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. Especially, watch. It's gonna be something that I actually as I actually just naturally unlock later, and I spent all this time for nothing. But I can't find my way to. Yeah, I was definitely way off track. What the hell was I doing? It's Chris the suplexes. Okay. That does seem more of a brutish thing. It feels more Chris than Leon. Mister, I'm a box this boulder to death. Okay, so we're coming over here. I'm not even sure now. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I don't remember. I played both of the games multiple times, but I can't remember. Why are you gaslighting me? Okay, so with that, I go back to my opinion of. Oh, hello. I go back to my opinion of how could they have not put that in here? It's such an iconic Leon move. So iconic, I forgot he did it. No, I didn't forget he did it. I was actually ready to do it when I started this game. It was only once I started thinking about it that I kind of faked myself into believing that I was wrong. Do you believe I'm wrong after all? Oh, maybe I do have to open this somehow. What am I missing? How do I get in there? Might as well check that red door. Yep, that's not going anywhere. You, you, you. It's right here. Right here is where I'm trying to go. I wonder what the purpose of like making most of the stairs in this game half broken when you can just like mechanically speaking, it makes no difference whether it's a broken stair or a full stair when you can just press F to get on it, you know? I wonder if it's to avoid zombies climbing up of it, maybe? How bad is the yellow tape? Is there a lot of it? By yellow tape, do you mean, oh, look, this conveniently placed tape that tells me exactly where I can hang on to? That kind of thing? Yellow paint slash. I feel like that term didn't come along until the God of War from 2019, because God of War in 2019 did it unashamedly lot, and they even built it into their lore or into their story of why it's there. Um, I think it's not bad. There's a few kind of like very clear like yellow. So it's yellow, isn't it? Yellow kind of belts hanging onto chests that just tell you, hey, shoot this thing to get the chest. And a few yellow ladders, but as you see, sometimes they're just normal ladders. So I think, and you know, when you see them, like they don't stand out; they blend in pretty well. As in, our games are hyper realistic, and we don't have a good way to create into an intuitive map design because then we'd have to tone back the detail. Bro, I am so glad somebody understands the reasoning though, because a lot of people criticize the kind of like the modern game mechanic of like making things really obvious of what you can hang on to, what you can climb and stuff like that. And I hate to defend modern game sensibilities and modern game mechanics versus old school ones. But the reality of it is that in old games, there was no detail. Like if this game was an old game, this would just be a plain gray floor. But instead, they have debris, they have rocks, sometimes they'll have like littered paper everywhere. They have just massive detail in every location you look. So, if they had like a bunch of bricks on the wall, but then there were also some bricks that you can climb, the game has to tell you somehow, hey, you can climb these bricks. And some people like to complain that it's hand holding, but let's be real, if it wasn't there, people would be bitching that like, how was I supposed to know that out of all brick walls I can hang on to this one? And it's like, yeah, exactly. That's why people they have to make it clear because now games are so realistic and so detailed that the detail that's supposed to guide you through the level blends in with the rest of the normal game detail. I used to say when I was little, I guess like I always kind of had like a kind of like a I don't want to make it sound like so cool or anything, but I guess like a game developer brain. Because even when I was little, I remember saying to my brother when we were trying to figure something. I forgot what game it was. I forgot what it was, but I remember saying the words, "Everything in the game is there for a reason." And back in the day, it was true. If you see, if if you saw like in an old Tomba or Spyro game, like I don't know, a ramp off in the distance in a sea of just green texture, you know that was there for a reason, because they needed the resources back then, so they wouldn't just place random crap everywhere unless it was useful for something. But now that's no longer the truth. Games are just littered with
Right, I
details
can use
everywhere.
that.
Resident Evil 4 Remake has horrible yellow paint. Does it? I'm trying to remember. I think. I don't know. Maybe I was too deep in the nostalgia to let it bother me. Uncharted, there was white paint on edges to let you know exactly, because in Uncharted there's destroyed and crumbling buildings everywhere. So how are you supposed to know which one is the ledge I can hold on to and which one's the ledge I cannot hold on to? So it's like I understand that the annoyance because it's kind of unimmersive, but at a certain point, as a developer, it comes to a point where gameplay is king, and if it takes you out of it a little bit for the sake of making the gameplay better, then it's worth it. And again, people say that it's just hand holding and people can't think nowadays. That's bullshit. Everybody would complain if it wasn't there, because how are you supposed to know? I don't trust any bodies anymore. How are you supposed to know that out of all crumbling buildings in the whole game, this was the one that I was supposed to hang on to? It would be tedious. It would be like back in the old days where you had old games like in the NES, and like in order to pass the level, you had to like kick a certain random wall 5 times and then face away for 3 minutes or some shit like that. That crap was retarded. I don't understand how people play games. Like I've always said, I've always loved video games my whole life, but when I see the game design ideas of like NES games, I don't think I would have been a gamer if I was a teenager around that era. Yeah, it's a balance of intuitive map design. Exactly, it's a balance of detail and intuitive map design. And for the most part, I think modern games do a pretty good do pretty good at trying to blend in these kind of like clear signs of interact here with the rest of the map. For the most part. For the most part. Lo siento, I know Black Papi gotta go do actual work. All right, man. Have a good day. I mean, you're not wrong. The level of interactability in games back then was very purposeful. Like, dude, in base Resident Evil 4, I was shocked how much of the game you can just interact with. Yeah, and that's what was cool about it. Resident Evil 4, the base game had a good, the GameCube one had a good amount of details in it, but normally those details you could actually interact with it, even if it was just break this vase and there's nothing in it. Still, but like look at all this crap. Imagine if I was looking for a gemstone and it didn't clearly point out with some kind of shine or some kind of button prompt that in this mess of detail there's a gemstone I have to pick up. That would just be tedious. And people who say otherwise are coping. They just make all games like Assassin's Creed and make where you can climb everything. Um, you can like see Leon's thoughts on like everything. What do you mean? Just like see Leon's thoughts on like everything. And dude, I don't know about you. I hate modern game writing and how quippy everyone is. Well, I agree highly. Um, I think the kind of like sarcastic, cynical quirky hero has been way overly done and became unfortunately very popularized by like Marvel movies. But Leon's one-liners are kind of his thing. You know, he's supposed to be like a cheesy early 2000s action flick hero where he just kind of like looks over the ledge at the bad guy finally and goes hasta la vista baby, you know, some lame shit like that. It's part of his charm, so I can forgive it in Resident Evil. Oh, and base where you can interact. You're right, and that's actually a big thing about old games, where you would just be able to like inspect something and it would just tell you something about it, even if it was completely unnecessary. That's I feel like that's a staple of the genre though, because I think, well, I haven't played a lot of survival horror modern games to be fair, and that's also because they don't really exist that much. But I feel like a lot of games in that genre still do it. Make all games like Assassin's Creed and make where you can climb everything. Let me go back to that because in an open world game, that might be possible because no matter where you climb, you're going to end up somewhere you're allowed to be. But let's say in this game, if they just made everything climbable, all right, I'm just going to climb up here and come over here, and then I'm going to just jump off of this thing. Well, okay, now that means that either one, they have to somehow make it so I can't do that by making this building so tall that I run out of stamina, like in Zelda. Or they now have to model this whole area behind this building that would have originally not been needed because I'm never gonna go back. I go back there. And then at that point, it's just like, okay, so how do you restrict the player ever, especially in a game that's not meant to be open world? But in something like, for example, Breath of the Wild, where you can climb everything, the restrictions are simple because they just have to worry about the edges of the map. And that's simple because one part of the map has like a huge chasm that you can't cross over. One part of the map just has strong winds that'll send you back. And I'm pretty sure there is one part of the map that straight up says, okay, no, you can't keep going. Because at a certain point they're just like, okay, we can't make the whole level just, be like a floating island. But yeah, I think that's easier said than done because not it just wouldn't fit all game genres. Oh, this is where I'm at. I knew I would eventually climb up this destroyed building. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk and really focus on what I'm doing in the game. So if it looks like I'm just kind of meandering around the game, not doing anything, that's because I am. And the chat is very chatty today. Let me try to get on track before I respond to some of these. And before you think about it, Flippy, don't apologize because I enjoy when chat is chatty. But I do have to stop meandering back and forth. See, it's at a point where I don't even remember. Did I come from down here? Have I been going up or have I been going down? I came from here. I think I came from here. Yes, I'm pretty sure I came from here. Yeah, to an extent, but it's a shame that everyone else in games just don't shut the fuck up. Bro, one of the biggest offenders of that, and again, that I actually really like is the Horizon series. And I actually really like Aloy as a character. But good lord, dude, anytime they have anything even resembling a puzzle, they will literally give you like 3 seconds before Aloy's like, huh, maybe I can just climb up this thing, press that button, swing over here, and then press that button to activate this, which will give me the thing I want. It's like, god damn it, Aloy. It really won't be that intricate. But it's like she'll just tell you everything you need to know to complete it. It's like, can you let me think for 5 seconds? But I think, yeah, I think the whole quippiness thing, where it's just like everybody's doing, like, everybody's trying to be like the funny guy, trying to find like humor in situations that are like supposed to be tense. I think that was popularized by Marvel, and I hate them for it because even in their own movies, I hate it when it's like they're embarrassed or like scared to have a serious moment. And anytime there's a serious moment, they gotta ruin it with a fucking joke. And I feel like a lot of games and movies are doing that now. Okay. I'm no longer meandering. I just don't know where to go. Oh, I figured out where to go. Unless I'm going back and I'm just not real. Nope, nope. This is going up. Up is good. Up is good. You can kind of see it in older JRPGs. Someday I'll play Assassin's Creed. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna judge it. Kevin will be a better judge of me than that. Because I played Assassin's Creed 1 and I didn't hate it, but by like the last third of it, I was just like, can this game just end already? Because it was very repetitive. And it wasn't by the end of it, it just really wasn't all that fun. But Kevin here, who has played pretty much every Assassin's Creed, tells me that one is literally the worst game, and that all the other ones are better. I just never got back into them. Yeah, that's the desert area, and it has a strong winds, and yeah, it just says no. I mean, like fair, you know, because it's like okay, we can make a giant ocean, we can do that. We can make some giant mountains here, we can do that. But what are you supposed to do in the desert? Make a giant sand dune? We just gotta go. No, you just can't. It's, it's not you this. We kind of love the map of Zelda looped around. Are you talking about looped around like a freaking planet? Like you keep going and you're just walking around the planet? Because I'm pretty sure Hyrule's not supposed to be the whole planet of Zelda. So I'm not sure if that would make sense. My only wish for Xeno Chronicles was that the whole planet looped around like a planet since the game is set on. Did you mean for that to sound ridiculous? I want to say that again. The whole planet looped around like a planet. The game is set on a planet. That was a beautiful sentence, Flippy. I mean, but what, like, was the map of the game supposed to be the whole planet, though? Yeah, Marvel really standardized it. It's funny to an extent, but it has a place now. Everyone has script. Yes, exactly. Like
Gotta figure out how to get over there.
everyone's whole personality trait is I'm quippy and quirky. It's like, oh yeah, just like all the other characters you've come up with in the last 10 years. I remember when like Iron Man came out and all those more all those movies that popularized Marvel. Um, it was like it was like one of the things that people talked about like the most. It was like it's like a really good action movie, but it's funny at the same time. And like we didn't know where to place it. We would talk about how it's almost a comedy, but not really because it was really funny, but it wasn't a comedy, and that was like revolutionary or something. Um, ooh. But now it's just so standard. It's just kind of annoying because it's just oh shit. It's like everybody's personality. It's everybody's whole personality now. Everybody wants to be Tony Stark. That's pretty much it. Everyone wants to be Tony Stark. To be fair though, I give Spider-Man an excuse. I give Spider-Man a pass. Because first of all, his scripts are wholesome, and second of all, was literally he kind of a part of his personality trait as the character Spider-Man since the comics, or I don't know the comics. I'm not gonna pretend like I read comics, but at least it's like the '90s cartoons. Assassin's Creed started getting better as the new ones come out, but the first one was the worst in all. The first Assassin's Creed was like a beta, and the games changed after the first one. I know, but it would be cool if, well, in Xenochronicles, it's supposed to be a planet, but it's a flat plane. Oh, it's a flat Earth. So it doesn't make sense that you can just hit walls. It would have been cool if the planet looped around like an actual planet. Yeah, Spider-Man gets fast. I guess every generation has their stereotypes that get old though, because I remember in the early PS3 era, the kind of like generic character that everybody got kind of annoyed by, and I personally didn't mind it to be honest. But I've always been kind of an edgy boy, especially back then. But the stereotype back then was the edgy, grizzled kind of like um, man a few words kind of character. Because that I remember people criticized Cole McGrath from Infamous because of that, and it was so bad that they completely changed his character in Infamous 2. And don't get me wrong, as much as I complained, I gotta admit, Cole McGrath from Infamous 2 was just easier to like. He was he was just more of a character. He wasn't so dark and sulking and brooding and edgy. Um, but it was definitely a big switch, and it just showed how people were just kind of getting a note of that trope. I'm just hoping that the same thing happens with the popularity of cynical, sarcastic characters, because it's just getting really old. Did you play a 2018 PS4 Spider-Man? Yes. I'm pretty sure I've played all the what are the Naughty Dog Spider-Man games. Bro, I've completely lost my sense of not even direction, just like what am I facing up right now? What am I facing? I think this is the elevator shaft, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is the floor. So this is up. Let's see if there's something back here before I go. Come on, man. Just even a little bit of money or something. Insomniac, I thought it was Naughty Dog. Huh. I always get those two confused.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Hold on. Is that something on top? I knew it. You don't surprise me anymore, Resident Evil. I know your ways. But let me check. Come on, man. Give me a little bit of reward for exploring, you know? That's something that Astrobot does really well. In almost every point, every little nook and cranny Astrobot that I thought of exploring that seemed empty, normally you would get a little reward for going there, even if it was just like a few coins. It's like the developer, you think you're going somewhere that developers didn't intend you to, and then it's like the developers just wanted you to know, like, no, we thought about it, by just giving you a few coins. I am Astrobot. Astrobot. Ooh. Oh, that going for it. Oh. Glass surfaces are incredibly fragile. Oh, thank you. They don't exist in real life, so I didn't know that. And require extra caution. Whenever shooting the glass will come out onto the enemy will cause. Wow, did I read that like a human? However, shooting the glass out from under an enemy will cause them to fall through. There we go, Ruben. Good job. You can English. That's some bullshit. I knew it. I should have trusted my instincts. Oh, fuck. Okay. Uh, man, you'd think the game could give you a context clue that you could do without needing to spell it out right. You know, there's something like basic that you learn even when you go to like game dev, when you take some a game dev course. It's just like for example, okay. Oh shit. If it was me, that right there should have been enough of a context clue. That thing falling right there, that should have been the tutorial. But if you want to make it more clear, fine. Make it like maybe you have an enemy, you open this thing, and then you have an enemy, I don't know, maybe shoot you over there through some glass and it breaks. Or hell, maybe just have an enemy walk on some cracked glass and it breaks. All of that should be context clues that should say enough to the player. And honestly, if the player doesn't get it by then, and then they shoot the glass and they fall, then you know sometimes you learn by making mistakes. So that's tutorials like when Dino Conquest gives you like a tutorial on Numa at like chapter 9 out of 10. God, Xenoblade just I like the game very much, and considering how many mechanics it throws at you, I understand why they constantly have new. Oh fuck! Why they constantly have why they have so many tutorials, but it is definitely shocking when you're just hours into the game and you're like, are we still tutorializing? Because you expect the game to like give you the tutorials of your mechanics within the first hours. I'll give you like maybe even 2 hours. But like you're right, like Numa, that was literally like the second to last chapter, right? You don't expect a tutorial in the second to last chapter. Yep. It is a pretty convoluted game battle system though, so I kind of understand it. Um I would have preferred if they did it kind of like the old school way of like having a character in game explain things to you. Just because like just throwing walls of text at me and then expect me to remember it all in battle. I know that sounds like stupid saying that, but to throw like three walls of text at you and then they're like, "Here, go fight." And the idea is that you can now interact with the things that you just learned, except for the fact that you might not even use the things that you just learned in that battle. So, like you're not forced to use this mechanic, so you might not even like remember it again later on. You know what I mean? Like you normally want the player to you almost want the player to you almost want to force the player to use new skills a lot when they first learn it, just so it kind of like gets hammered in the brain. Defeat 300 enemies. Oh shit! Oh fuck. Okay, out of shotgun bullets. Can I make more? Yes. I'm more of a fan of just letting the player loose and slowly ramping up the mechanics necessary. Yeah, I can agree with that. Chosen really risk locking the player into a specific playstyle. I don't know. One of the things I love in good RGRPG is slowly learning new things in each playthrough. Like, dude, Saga's one combat is really solid and has really framework. Yeah, but I mean, Saga's tutorial is also kind of clunky. Like, obviously, it's nice that you have the option to go through them, but realistically speaking, your first time around, you're going to go through them. and it's just like one battle test after another, which, to be fair, was also implemented well into the game because it was literally Shion taking Cosmos through battle kind of tests. But I wouldn't say that Saga's tutorials were all that much better. Ooh. To be fair, I can't. I don't know. I mean, I can't think of a game that. Oh, hold on. What the? I can't think of a game that has complex mechanics that doesn't have at least slightly kind of clunky tutorials. Because realistically speaking, I don't know. Like, how are you supposed to tutorialize such complex mechanics? Because I mean, I don't know if you just played it so much that you don't remember, but Xeno Chronicles Xenoblade 2's battle mechanics are very, very convoluted. By the time you are getting to the game, it becomes second nature. But if you've never played a game like it, it's a pretty convoluted system. It's the whole game, the whole battle is almost like playing a mini game while fighting monsters. In fact, and the game does not, and the game does not. Oh, the tutorials are bad. Okay, I thought you were saying that the tutorials are good. And the game does not explain some of its mechanics. In fact, one of the tutorials emails is like, "You're stuck. Start new save." What are you? Are you serious? I never heard. What are you talking about? With there, you're stuck. Start a new save. Don't write over the same save in case you get stuck. Is also another one of them. For real? Can't input on this only Xeno. Anything I've played was Xenoblade Chronicles. You played through all three Xenoblade Chronicles? I didn't know that. Why haven't you told me? We could have talked about it, Mario. Did you? Oh, did you play the DLC to Xenoblade Chronicles 3? What was it called? I'm sure Flippig will tell you if he remembers. Uh, well, just like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 had a DLC that was pretty much its own standalone game, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 also had a DLC that was pretty much its own standalone game. Um, that the ending to that DLC was pretty much one big, if not hint to Xenosaga, it was definitely a big homage to Xenosaga. Break, topple, that's it. How you want to do it from there is up to you. Um, I guess. But Xenosaga's got that whole roulette system that I don't know. Unless the icons were a little more descriptive, I don't think it would be very easy to figure out what the hell they even mean. It's in the UMN emails. Yeah, it's in the game UMN emails. Future redeem. Future redeem. That's what it was. I saw a post recently. Every every now and then, it's basically confirmed the saga is confirmed canon in some way. Yeah, I agree. Um, I hope it's not just confirming it, and not, maybe it's wishful thinking, but I hope that it's some kind of like nod that maybe they're gonna revive it in some way. Maybe not a sequel, maybe not a remake, but just implement it back into the world again in some way in the next games. Um, every now and then, when 3 left me with such a sour taste in my mouth that every now and then I still up to this day, you know, like I'm not constantly doing this, but every now and then, every couple of months, if not every year or so, I'll just go on Reddit and see like if there's anybody complaining about the ending, just to feel validated on my feelings about it.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
True, the elemental system is a little confusing, but I mean, Hoffman had a battle that explained using the right element against the right foe. That literally is as deep as the combat gets for most foes. Yeah, see, that's the thing though. In Final Fantasy X, You need one battle to learn the whole elemental weakness thing. And what's cool is that they only tell you that enemies have elemental weaknesses. They don't tell you like right there. Ice is actually they might just tell you which elements are weak to what, but it's like you said, it doesn't get much deeper than that. And Xenosaga has elements, but it's like I'm not even sure if they mean anything because
Picked up the
like they
relay.
have what like
Good job.
blade,
Now to get through that
beam,
gate.
physical,
Just gotta
some other bullshit,
figure out how to get down from here
but
first.
none of them really mean anything. It's not like Gnosis are all weak to sub to beam, and humans are all weak to this. It's certain enemies are weak to certain elements. So it felt kind of unnecessary. They might as well have just made certain enemies weak to certain attacks. Like the element thing was just kind of not really necessary. 3 was one is one of those endings where like as you you can feel that there's a lot that you don't know yet, right? And because of that you get hyped because you think there's gonna be a big reveal. And as the game gets clearly closer to its end and you still don't understand anything, you start like going, oh shit, is this just a bad game? Like, is there just gonna be one big plot dump at the end of the game, or is this just gonna be a bad game? That's how I felt nearing the end of 3, and it turns out it was just a bad game. Oh, not a bad game. It was a fun game. It was just a bad story, and I don't care how much the fanboys of that game want to cope and tell me how things are super obvious when they're in no way told to you in the game unless you like go digging through a bunch of tweets and shit. The story and the ending was bad, and it was badly implemented into the rest of the world. Especially as a, this was always my biggest complaint, as a game that was marketed as the big finale to that saga, to that arc of the story. It was like they were. It was the big finale to the story, but they were embarrassed of the story. That's how it felt. Wow. Fib, you gotta stop getting me on this topic because it becomes all I talk about. I get flustered thinking about Xenoblade 3 because I was so fucking excited about. Future Redeemed ended up being what I was really looking forward to in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Unfortunately, it doesn't redeem Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It just makes Future Redeemed better than Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Let's see. Anything new? Nope. So maybe let's just upgrade some stuff. I don't really need more bullets for my pistol, I feel. What I definitely need more bullets for is this. Really? 5 more bullets? You know how fast I go through 5 bullets in this gun? Haven't really had that much trouble with accuracy with this gun. So like I'm trying to snipe with this gun. See what else we got. I'm trying not to spend too much money, like upgrading absolutely everything, because I know these are guns that I'm probably gonna end up selling because there's gonna be a better version of them. So unless I feel like they're lacking somewhere, I'm not gonna upgrade them. Okay. Let's see. Only in 2 and 3 do elements actually matter. Until I can learn the complete combat system, unless it is enemies or source of attack, which is a lot. Attack type element doesn't matter. Dude, yes, dude, same. It's a good game, but a shit ending to a series that deserved better. That I that deserved better. That part is so true. I felt like Xenoblade 1 was a great story. Xenoblade 2 set itself up as an anthology. So when it finally revealed that it's actually part of the bigger story, it was a really cool reveal. And then Xenoblade 3 should have been like, okay, we've established that there's a big story here. Now let's like dive into it. but it was embarrassed of its own story. Even when it tried to make references, they were so subtle that it was just like, bro, are you embarrassed? It's like when you point out that really kind of embarrassing cousin or sibling when you're in high school and you don't want to you feel obligated to say they're related to you, but you don't want to really announce it. So you're like, yeah, that's my brother. Anyways, you know, all Future Redeemed did was basically confirm that all Xeno games coexist in the same universe somehow, which is good enough for me. From what I've read, the connection to X, what was it, XCX, Xeno, the one that I haven't played on the Wii U, the connection to that one is kind of tenuous, but it definitely does does highly connect back to Xenosaga with some very, I would say, some very light retconning. Yeah, 3 was so committed to being inaccessible regardless of your entry point, and it suffered so badly for it. It feels like the game just doesn't want to acknowledge its history. Exactly. I felt the same way when I was playing Metal Gear Solid 5, and they brought up this character, Eli. It was a blonde kid that was so clearly Liquid Snake. And it should have been a really cool thing to send young Liquid Snake, especially because Liquid Snake talks about Big Boss when he's older. So you expect that they're gonna have some kind of interactions, but it's like anytime he comes up, the interactions, it's just like they stop right before the gate somewhere, and it's just like just commit, you know? We know this is who this is, just commit to it. Um shit, Leon said something here and I completely ignored what it was. Uh I gotta start paying attention. You should play Xeno Chronicles. Maybe one day. It's on a Switch, right? I don't gotta get a Switch shoe for it. Hmm. How did you? So you actually played through all? Like you were invested in the story, Mario? I only asked because you never talked to me about it, and I feel like I brought up Xenoblade and Xenosaga to you, so I'm surprised you never brought it up to me. So like you followed the story, you understood how they're connected and everything. I asked because I want to know what you think about the third game. Not as a whole, but just story wise. Because as a whole, I have no problem with Xenoblade 3. I thought it was really fun. And I still love going to the. I was confused. Was it combo attack or chain attack? Just to hear the music. That shit is a bop. My only complaints with 3 is honestly its story. And only its story and how it connects to the rest of the game. Because its standalone story is amazing. That's why a lot of people, me included, say that um, well, I forgot what chapter it was, but the chapter where Mio has her spoilers, has her homecoming, that should have been the final chapter because that's where the game peaked.
That'll get me down.
Let's see. Gotta go. So I gotta bring this. I gotta get on it. Gonna have to do that. Let's take care of these guys from out here. How about that? Chain attack. Yeah. Yeah, in Vacuum 3, I thought you were calling it Vacuum 3. And the Vacuum 3 story is so good Chapter 6 is so good and heartbreaking, definitely like right behind Saga's 2 and Saga's three's ending. Yeah, I I think it just should have been its own game. Honestly, it's very similar. I think this is why it kind of hurt so much because it just gave me the same pain as Metal Gear Solid 5 gave me. It because all my feelings about it are very similar, including the fact that I just wish it was just its own standalone game. Because its own standalone story was good. It's just how it tried to connect back to the main story that made it bad. And it's not even like something where like at least with Metal Gear Solid 5 I can ignore it because literally it's not needed. Well, I guess it is needed because it recontextualizes a bunch of stuff that didn't need to be recontextualized. But in Xenoblade Chronicles 3, the problem is that it is the final chapter of the story. You can't ignore it. It just like that's it. We're not gonna get a better ending to the story. That's what we got. So it just kind of like closes a chapter of a story I was so invested in such a shitty way. I understood it how they connected 1 to 2, but didn't see how 3 connected to it. Really, that confused me. I've told you before that I played Xenoblade Chronicles, though you even told me I might like Saga. Oh, did I? I don't remember that. If I said that, then I was wrong. Saga and Blade don't play similarly at all. But if you're willing to get into deep stories and really pay attention to things to really understand stories, Saga's story is definitely much deeper. It's just a little clunky in its ending, only because they had to kind of they had to close off a story that they were planning on making 6 stories long in just 3 games. But overall, once you understand the story, I think it's honestly way deeper and better than Xenoblade's story. You will have to deal with some jank though, and I'm not just talking about PS2 jank, just some jank in general. Bro, what am I hearing? Oh, I know what I'm hearing. I know exactly what I'm hearing. Hold on, I'll read your chats in a bit. I hear footsteps and gurgling everywhere around me though, so I'm kind of trying to focus on what's going on. Um, oh, 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 um, dun, 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 dun. What a shitty throw, Leon. I mean, to be fair, those things are heavy as hell. Still, what a shitty throw. I mean, not heavy as hell, but it's definitely not tossed at like a baseball heavy. Get your bleeding ball sack head out of here. Oh, 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 nice. That's a bad sound. Oh God, Jesus Christ, that was a jump scare. Freaking propane tank jump scare. Man, my little pistol's gotten strong. Bro, I actually jumped at a propane tank. That was the scariest thing I've experienced in Leon's half of the game so far. All right, let me read some of these. Part of me is curious if the original is separate from the other games. If the original was separate from the... I understood how they connected on 2, but I didn't see how 3 connected to it. Really, that confused me. That's because... Honestly, if it wasn't for, like, one speech from Nia near the end of the game, all of 3's supposed connections to the other games could have been brushed off as references. That's how shallow they were. And honestly, look, I know people are gonna do the whole, oh, you can believe a world with cat girls and robot people and blah 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 and giants and blah blah blah, but you can't believe this. And people are definitely gonna do that because that's what they always do when they want to be disingenuous and they want to protect something. But can we agree that the idea that we're not talking about planets, 2 universes are about to collide, and these 2 people from a planet from those universes are hitting 2 halves of a machine so that when their universes collide, they they somehow aim in so perfectly that the machine... Did I get that wrong, or is that what's happening? Like the two machines are just somehow gonna like just connect together perfectly when the massive event of these 2 universes colliding happens? Like, come on, dude. Suspension of disbelief or whatever, but that is ridiculous. Part of me is curious if the original was separate or not. I don't know. I don't know. As far as I know, there's no hint of like, if you're talking about like the thing where that happens sometimes where they're making a game that's supposed to be something completely different, um, but then halfway through they're like, hey, we need money, so let's advertise this as a Xenoblade game kind of thing. Um, there's nothing I've heard of that would hint towards that. Plus, I feel like the battle systems are way too similar for it to have not been a Xenoblade game from the begin. Oof, from the beginning. Um, what the hell? Where is that comment? There it goes. Oh, or do you mean that maybe it was supposed to be a Xeno game, but it wasn't supposed to be like connected, kind of like Xenoblade? What was it? Xeno Chronicles X? Like it was supposed to be a Xeno game, but it wasn't supposed to be directly connected to the Xenoblade games. That could be true. Sagas are very serious to play, but if you can commit to it, it's a very fulfilling game. I think Saga One's combat mechanic is fun if you like turn-based games, but it's something you're gonna need a guide for, not because it's that difficult to understand, but because if you don't find a guide, you can end up with wasting a lot of stuff, a lot of points. So because you really only have a limited amount of abilities that you can equip. And it's not like different abilities are good for different things. Once you get certain abilities, all those just become obsolete. Um, and so you don't want to end up like wasting a bunch of points on one ability that you're gonna end up throwing away later. Unless you just really like grinding, then have at you. Um, so that's why I said you would probably want a guide just to know what abilities are worth keeping and um, investing in, and you're gonna need a guide to figure out how the hell the freaking extraction system works because the game despite how crucial that system is, the game just literally, like, it's not an exaggeration. Like, it's not like they do a bad job. The game just doesn't tell you about it. You only discover it exists because you see it in the main menu, but it doesn't even explain how it works. They have to chop off a second arc and conclude episode 3. Yeah, so Saga was meant to be three-story game series, and the reason why it's so deep and laid out so well is because the story was laid out from the beginning. The reason why then it ends up being so kind of clunky is because it then had to conclude it in the third episode. So they had to just kind of squeeze it together as best as they could. Episode 1 suffers from first game syndrome. Yeah, episode 1 is very much like we're still getting our bearings. Like, it's a good battle system, but it's missing pieces. Just with just a few pieces, it could be golden. 2 got a lot of stuff right at the cost of dropping the foundations. Oh, 3. 2, then 2, like just a very uh, 2 is I'll say this. 2 is very unenjoyable in many ways. Um But if you no, honestly, I'm defending it because it's Xenosaga Saga. It's a bad game. The only redeeming factor is its story. I think it's one of my favorite stories of the 3 games, mainly because it focuses on 2 characters that I really like, and the fact that it's the shortest game of all 3 of them. So if you don't like it, at least know that you're not gonna have to suffer for too long. Must distract loading gears from the game. And if they do a remaster, like apparently, oh shit, oh. Gotcha, bitch. Whoa. Whoa. Where are you going? If they do a remaster, like apparently they had talked about, hell of a swing. Like apparently they have talked about doing, then I may try, but not if I have to find a copy of the play. I mean, I can send you. I could send you something that would allow you to. Fuck it, I can send you the emulator. I don't know if you like emulating games. But yeah, I definitely want to find a copy to play because I've heard people trying to do it in the Xeno Discord, and apparently they can get pretty expensive. And as much as I love Xenosaga, I just don't know that I could really say that it's worth paying the money for it. God damn! Did I die? I died. I hope to get them on PC someday. Bro got scared of video game. It does teach you in the emails, but oh, it does. But consider that they have a whole tutorial section. Shouldn't they just teach you in the tutorial? Yeah, the whole email thing was kind of weird, honestly. Could have done without it, especially considering that it's necessary for some of Kozu's best weapons. Unnecessary, not fun, not sure why it was there. But keep that shit away. I don't know what they smuggled developing to, but keep that shit away. 2 has really impressive art direction. I'm sorry, 2 has really impressive art direction? Oh, okay. Yeah, I will say that the textures and everything about 2 is a lot sharper than in 1. Everything about 1 looks a bit blurry. But yeah, the character models are horrific. Half a soundtrack's composed by literally. Wait, are you serious? Is he an actual arcade composer? Yes, I will. The music is definitely very mind numbing. It just sounds like a bunch of uh, it's like the sound equivalent of a lot of blinking, colorful lights in your face. It's just there's no real melody. It's just kind of like electric sounds. I don't know. There isn't really one sound that I could really hum back to you from Xenosaga 2. Well, not environmental music. The music from the cutscenes, because for some reason they decided to split the game music director and the uh, cutscene music composers. But you can the differences are night and day. When you hear the music from the cutscenes, they're just so fucking good compared to the in-game music. That does not encourage you to mind numbing battle system. That does not encourage you to try different playstyles with your party members. All units learn the same skills, the same ethers. Yeah, I've always hated games that make every character very unspecial. Um,
That'll get me down.
some people like it, like for example, think like in Final Fantasy VII, because a lot of it's based on materia. You could essentially make any character do anything. I've always hated things like that because I don't know. I find fun. Oh wait a minute! 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 This is gonna be petty as fuck, but hold on. I find fun in the fact that every character has a specialty. So I kind of, I don't know.
That'll get me down.
I know what to focus on with each of them. Final Fantasy X is always a go-to example for me for that, where I know that like Orin's going to deal with tough enemies, Titus is going to deal with nimble enemies, Waka with flying enemies, and so on and so on. And that's why I never use Kamari, because Kamari has no specialties. He's not special. What, are you serious? These games go for $300? I mean, I'll try it on the emulator if that's the only way to do it, because I won't play an I won't pay an arm or leg for to try a game. Yeah, I definitely would recommend you do. I owned the first game at some point. I don't know what happened to it. Even Yuki Kajira, one of the best composers in the world, could not bring her a game with her half of the OSC. I let me think. I disagree. Some of my favorite music, especially all different renditions of Sakura's theme, which are really just different renditions of what was it called? The summer song. I forgot what it's called. I think all different renditions of that song are freaking beautiful. And then you have the song that plays when Shion's having a little breakdown. I think that song's beautiful too. I have no problem with the cutscene music from Xenosaga 2. Now I will close my heart and sleep a while. Episode 2 is one of her weakest tracks. And freaking Rubido's theme goes hard, even though it's vastly underused in the game. And so much so that there's actually like 2 different versions of Rubido's theme that are just in the soundtrack but are never used in the game. But Rubido's theme is freaking awesome. I love what they do with the violin in that game. Or is it a cello? I don't know. No, it's a violin. I don't know. I really like the Yuki's music in Xenosaga 2. Oh. This is gonna hurt me, isn't it? It did not. Sweet song, that's what it is. Episode one has a very had a every can learn the same skills, but you're required to learn the base skill on the same person before. Right. Yeah. It requires you to kind of go out of your way to transfer the skill, which makes still gives them a bit of specialties. I mean, two has good tracks from her, but oh Jesus Christ! But the whole soundtrack from Kajura's end is really disappointing, especially since a lot of it is on her unused. Yeah, but like compared to the anime she's done, episode 3, etc., and it's night and day. I feel like I know of anime she's worked on. Oh yeah, I remember. Fucking what's it called? It's got a super long name, and it's Puella Magi Magica Madoka. Some long ass name like that. And it's an anime that's kind of like an subversion of expectations in the genre of magical girl animes. Trust me, I know how it sounds. Magical animes. I would have never watched it if it wasn't for the fact that I read that Kajiura made music for that anime, and I'm like, okay, I gotta at least give it a chance. And honestly, it turned out it's a pretty fucking good anime. They do a really good job at just like seeming like your typical magical girl kind of anime, and then things just kind of get dark, and you realize it's got a bit of a twist to it. Even some of those shows have so much more personality. Jesus Christ, he's on a freaking 2 hating spree right now. Sounds like the sphere skill system from Final Fantasy X. Not quite, because in Final Fantasy X, they can all learn the same abilities, but it's because they can eventually get to that point in the sphere grid. And Xenosaga 1, they have their own. Yeah, I guess you can call it a grid. The main problem with the grid is that you can't look ahead, so you can't plan ahead. So you're kind of just hoping that if you go to a branch, then the stuff that you get after is good. So that's again one of the reasons why I say you need a guide for one. But anyways, what I was saying is they each have their own separate grid. And once they learn an ability from that second grid, you can then use more points to send it to another character. But because of that, because there's like, you have to go about it in such a roundabout way, it actually doesn't incentivize you to make every character the same. What it really incentivizes you to do is like, think really well whether or not this other character really needs this skill, you know? Like what you would want to do, let's say you have one of the characters' name is Shion, and she's got some healing abilities, but the main healing I would say is on Momo. And let's say you wanted to up Shion's healing, you'd be able to learn something from Momo, and then maybe give her one of Momo's healing to Shion. But you wouldn't, unless you just like grinding and you can just get a bunch of these points. You would definitely not want to just transfer everything to all the other characters because it would cost an insane amount of points. So it's almost supplementary, you know, like the ability to transfer to other characters are kind of to supplement their abilities they already have. The Garden of Sinners, Norm Madoka. Oh, there you go. You mentioned it. Magica Madoka is phenomenal. Yes, dude. Every time I talk to people about it, they look at me so weird because first of all, the way it looks. But second of all, I mentioned the genre magical girl, and I always have to like preface this, like I know what it sounds like. Trust me, it's not like Sailor Moon or something. Did you watch the movie, dude? The movie was so freaking good because the first part of the movie did everything to subvert the subversion. So they actually like fed into the magical girl thing for like a full 30 minutes. Everything was super bubbly, super happy. And it got to a point where because you know the anime, it made you feel uneasy because you're like, what the hell is happening? And then it slowly started to unravel and you realize what's going on. It's done so well. Where the hell did they come from? That was empty a second ago. Honestly, that was probably unnecessary. I just wanted to use the grenades. Oh wait, they literally do spawn out of nowhere, don't they? What the fuck? Oh Jesus Christ. Bye-bye. 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 Let me not stand on the edge again. Yep, this the same motherfucker. No, no. You will not kill me again, but a different way. There we go. Do, 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 do. Okay. A good strategy is to give healing and defenses to Cosmos and let her be a recovery tech. No, a good strategy is to give healing and defenses to Cosmos and then just let Cosmos do everything. You want her best OST? Please listen to the Garden of Sinners. Remind me of that later or send me a message so I remember that. Or hell, maybe I'll just watch it. Is Garden of Sinners an anime? Junior has the best damage in one. Is it Momo the one that's broken in one, or is that in two? No, that's in two. That's in two. So I'm gonna lose my head. The thing is, a lot of these characters that have really good damage, you can't like. Strangely enough, normally they start off doing not that great damage, so you end up not investing a lot into them. But then at some point in the story, I don't know what the hell happens. Their damage just explodes. Garden of Sinners has a 60-minute track from Yuki, and it's pure bliss. I have that saved on my Crunchyroll account because I've heard others say it's not a bad anime, but I haven't sat down to watch it. It's not gonna have watch because of the magical girl thing. So there is, I think, three main. It might be more, but I'm pretty sure there's three main Madoka animes. There is the main one, which I think is only one season long. That's the one you gotta watch. It's really good. There's the movie, which I forget what it's called, but I'm sure Flippy will tell you. Which is pretty much just a sequel to the main anime. That one also must watch. It's super good how they unravel things, how they unravel what's going on to you. And then there's another show that's kind of a spin-off of the main show, based with completely different characters. And every now and then, some characters from the main show will show up, but I just couldn't really get into it. And apparently, they're still working on another movie for Madoka, called like Rise of Walt. I'm not gonna try to say it. The witch, the final witch from the main anime, something while something snatch or something like that. It's called Rise of That. So I'm really interested in seeing what it's gonna be because it's maybe since all the witches we know are, we know what the witches are. I'm not gonna say because Mario hasn't watched it yet, but since all the witches are, you know what? I'm really interested in seeing if we're gonna get like the backstory of that witch and seeing how the hell she became so strong and so dangerous. Yes, on CR, but each episode is an hour long or so.
your side.
It's also got a very unique art style. I don't even know what to call it. Like I'm sure it has a style because it's not a style that is like unique to that anime. It's a style that you maybe have seen in decorations in other kind of cultures, but I don't know exactly what kind of culture it's inspired by. But it's very interesting. Like when they go into the witches' worlds, like the main thing of it is just anime. It's just anime art style. But when they go into like the witches, like portals, worlds, I forgot what they're called. They have this very interesting kind of like abstract art style that's really interesting to see animated. On Crunchyroll, but each episode is I don't mind. Most shows except for anime are an hour long, so that's fine by me. I'm trying to like find a solid way to explain the kind of anime that I like, the kind of anime stories, because after trying to watch Naruto and One Piece, which I think I consider what shonen, um, I've come to I think even Dragon Ball Z kind of goes into that. It's pretty much just animes geared towards teenage boys and young boys and stuff, just action packed and stuff. Um, Typically have a very optimistic, energetic male character that likes to eat a lot. That holy shit, that literally describes Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, and Naruto. But after trying to watch all of them, um, Naruto I watched for a bit, but when it comes to that, I just couldn't get into any of them. So I thought maybe I just don't like shonen, but then it turns out that fucking Attack on Titan is considered a shonen, and I freaking love Attack on Titan. I believe I'm going backwards. Yep, I'm going way backwards. I do believe, but do believe that old man Moses dead. All right, so my goal is up there. That looks like a door I can go in from. That looks like a place I can go in from there too. I understand. You know what? Do not feel like messing with you. Holy shit! Wasn't expecting a one shot. Jesus Christ. Why does that sound like a chainsaw? Nah, you're not gonna trick me into using it on you. Hmm. No! Don't ball sack your face. Destroy! Where'd you drop it? Oh no. I just want to show that I just want to show that ends. Uh I just want to show that ends. That's a great way to put it. Um Look, I know that it's nothing, but I got through like maybe 8 to 10 episodes of oh shit. 8 to 10 episode of One Piece. And I know that is nothing. That's a very small amount. Um, hold on. Um, but try as I may, I just could not get myself into it. Eh, like, how do I put it? I was paying attention to it, and I wasn't hating it, but like I could tell I just didn't care about it. Like, I haven't gone back to it in like 3 days now, and there's not a part of me that's going like, man, I'm gonna go back and watch it. Like, it just seemed, I don't know, it's just one enemy after another. There's not a lot of like story to hang on to. And based on the research I've done, like there is some good lore. There's a lot of organizations, some secret organizations, some people doing things, and sure there's plot twists and stuff. Um, but bro, if it's one of those things where it's like, bro, it gets good in episode 200, I no, I'm not gonna stick around for 200 episodes to get to the good part. Maybe that just means it's a bad show. I'll just watch a condensed version, aka the Netflix version. Or if they ever release that one thing they're supposedly doing called The One Piece, where supposedly they're redoing the whole anime but with better pacing, then maybe I'll watch that. Um, Same thing with Naruto, except Naruto got more into it. But around the part that they started doing like their training, I think like second season or something, they're doing like their training, and there was some kind of jungle with some woman, not woman, man, not man, snake thing. I don't know. I started losing interest there too. I hate having to be committed to watching episode after episode. I mean, I don't mind it as long as the story hooks me. I mean, I watched all of Dexter, and that's pretty much like what. I know it doesn't compare, but talking about long shows, Dexter, if you count the new shows, which are pretty much just new seasons to the show, it's got like maybe 10 or 11 seasons. As long as it's a good story that hooks you, that gives you a reason to come back, I don't mind how long it is. Although I don't know, maybe no show that I know has gotten close to what One Piece has done. So maybe at a certain point, I would just be like, can we just end it? Oh, here's an even better example. I've watched all of Walking Dead. Although it did start to get a little tiresome near the end, I'm not gonna lie. But I committed. I'm a big fan of One Piece, but I'm more into isekai style animes. Isekai, I mean that's oh no. Isekai is the one where it's like guy, normal guy gets transferred into another world kind of thing, and kind of, I guess it's funny because technically speaking, Inuyasha is like an reverse isekai, isn't it? Because normally it's like a guy gets wrapped into like another world where he has to learn everything and everything's different. But Inuyasha is a girl that goes to another world, right? Um, I'm not gonna say if I like those or not because I've just never had a lot of experience with them except for Inuyasha, and I barely ever watched Inuyasha because how late it came on. I always came on. I always woke up to its credits.
Hopefully this thing still
Na, na,
works.
na, 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 na. It's funny that Inuyasha is such a like part of my childhood, but I've watched it so little. I think it's just purely the credits. I feel like that type of anime has become very popular. From what maybe Crystal specifically just really likes them, but from what I've seen, Crystal when she peruses Crunchyroll, seems like there's a lot of those types of animes, like oh I got transferred to, especially the specific type of those kind of animes that have become very popular. Maybe they're their own genre, is the type of animes that are it's almost like they want to make an anime like a video game, and I've noticed this pattern with a lot of them where like characters will have like actual in-world UIs and they'll actually level up and they'll find loot and stuff. This kind of anime seems to have become very popular in the past couple of years. Crystal saw one where a guy just got transferred into like the body of a spider, and then another one where a guy got transferred into the body of a slime. They're entertaining. They're funny to watch in passing, but it's not something I could this. It's not something I could really that would really hook me. I need something that's gonna make me I don't want to sound pretentious, but I need something that's gonna be deep enough to like make me ask questions and make me want answer to questions, and those questions keep me hooked. That's why I like Xenosaga so much. I think I've never really done a deep dive on one of my favorite genres. On my favorite genres, I just like stories that aren't like 3 seasons long. LOL. Oh, I'm completely fine with long stories. Um, as long as they have a reason to be long and they don't feel like they're just getting milked. Have you muscled through the gag reflex? What? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about muscles through the better parts of an anime just to get to the good part? Yeah, anything's possible, I guess. I will say the beginning of One Piece is pretty meh, but that's because they were trying to space everything out to keep up with the manga. So episode one equals to like a couple of pages in one book. That's ridiculous. Yeah, like see, I get it. They have the reasons. Um, but it's kind of like when a game is bad. And then there's someone in the comments like, you gotta understand that the developers had to really do this and this and this because they were taking money from this and this and this, and they had to really try to blah 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 blah. And my response to that is like, I get that there's a reason, and it sucks. It, it doesn't make it good though. I, I I'm not gonna enjoy it more because the developers had a rough time making it. You know. I think Elfen Lied, which is one of my favorite animes ever, probably because it was one of my first animes ever. Hell of an anime to start with. Um, had that same problem, but instead, what they did is just straight up give the anime a different ending. Um, which it wasn't a bad ending, so I was okay with it. But once I actually read the manga, I was like, damn, this is better. Isekais where normal guy dies, and oh, do they always die? I thought it was just get transferred to another world in some way or another. Makes sense. I think the guy that got transferred to a spider body also died. And the slime one, I think, is literally called "I died and got reincarnated as a slime." That's another trope that I've seen with a lot of modern animes is insanely, absurdly long titles. Like, what was there was one. I'm actually gonna tab out real quick just because I want to look this up. There was one. Um, and grinded slime now on max level. Yeah, so I was trying to find a more wholesome, like an anime I could watch that's not violent or full of titties, so I could kind of watch anime around my kid. And I came across this one called "I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level." So that's an example of anime names that have ridiculously long names. Um, Turned out it's not as wholesome as I thought. It started out that way, but then the titties started coming out, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Now what?
Now they start coming at me, and I try to kill them before they kill me. I know how this works. Come on, you've been through this before, Leon. Remember the cabin with Luis? You remember Luis?
You'll have to take
Don
the next
Quixote.
one.
No shit! I see you guys sending stuff. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, come on. Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
This is my lucky day.
You think I didn't see you? Oh, I didn't see you. Oh, Lord. So that's why the music has to stop playing. Oh, look where I am. I think. Reach the ground using the suspended platform. Oh no, I thought I was somewhere else. Um. All right. Let's see. Anything is possible. I will say at the beginning of One Piece, Isekai is where Namogai, Sao Konosuba. So what are you saying there? What is Sao Konosuba? What are you responding to there, Flippy? Longest anime name for a show I know. The longest for a show I actually like is Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. What? Isekai is being transferred to another world, but most often than not, the MC gets killed by truck. But Truckun was something random and is reincarnated to another world. I'm sorry. Maybe it's my ADHD and I'm just missing something because of how much I was not paying attention. Holy shit! I missed a lot of stuff in there. But how did this help me? I I have not progressed in any way whatsoever. Did I get something I'm not remembering? I swear I pay more attention to games when I'm not streaming. I mean, I'm pretty what's the word? Not airheaded. Pretty forgetful. I guess that's another word. But it's normally not this bad. But I legitimately don't know.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Did I get the final one? When the hell did I get the final piece? So, Sword Art Online and Konosuba. Oh, Sword Art Online. I've heard a lot about. Well, I haven't really heard about. I feel like I've just heard the name Sword Art Online. Maybe it's because it's also a video game, right? Both shows where the character leveled ups in the world. Yeah, yeah. And here's the thing: those anime do it, and I have never watched them. So that means that every anime I'm talking about, add onto that list those two. Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai is really sweet show and is actually not about bunny girls. Level headed? No, not level headed. Um, Absent minded, I think is the word I was looking for. I space out a lot. I don't pay attention. I'm forgetful. All great qualities, I know. Um, and do I really want to go through all that for this stuff? Gunpowder, rifle ammo, handgun ammo. Um, I think I'm pretending to think about it, but I think I actually know the answer, and the answer is no. No, I do not. Is an anime of a guy in a game that also has a lot of actual games too. Ah. Wait, this is where it came from, isn't it? Like in the very, very beginning. Because I remember going through a door like that. Yep, definitely where it came from. The only I don't know why every time I think of Sword Art Online, maybe it's because this anime was probably more around. I'm gonna sound like a geezer saying this, but more around my time. Is how's it called? Damn. Um, I only remember that there was a uh oh hack. I think it was hack sign or something like that. It's weird because it's another one of those things where like I know about it, but I never actually watched it. But it seemed like it had to do with like people going into some kind of video game. Maybe I'm entirely wrong. And Code Lyoko. Code Lyoko is good. I enjoyed Code Lyoko, but definitely not in the same like ball field as what we're talking about.
Just need to get through that gate.
Wait, Haxan is well. Okay, come on. Yuki Kajiura is not making shows. She's making soundtracks for shows. Are you saying Haxan was done by Yuki Kajiura? Because if it is, then maybe I gotta go back in time and watch it. Or her this music was done by her. And yeah, Hack was about playing an online game. Man, I guess it's I'm just I guess it's just always been I guess it's just always been a common trope that I'm just now noticing them. Even though no, that's not true because back then it was just like the idea of going to a virtual world was just kind of like for the sake of setting up a plot. But once they were there, like none the fact that they were in a digital world didn't really come into play. Hold on, let me finish the sentence. But what I'm talking about is animes where they're not even really in a video game, but the way that they level up and stuff is like a video game. God, I forgot what it was. Crystal was watching like two of these. Um, there's one where like a bunch of portals open up and people have levels to them. And the main character, of course, like always, is like a super low level, and everybody makes fun of him. And blah blah blah. He's super weak. He'll never be anything. And then for some reason or another, he goes to this dungeon that was way too high for the people that he was with, and he pretty much gets killed. But instead of getting killed, he gets the ability to actually get experience points, which is unique because normally everybody is stuck in the level they're at, whether it be high or low. Whereas he can get experience points and become a higher level. So again, it's like video gamey, and it's got a UI and everything, but it's not about a video game. It's dot hack when it's type dot hack. What? Look up the song Fake Wings. It's a vocal song written by her.
All right, should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few potholes.
What am I playing? Oh, I am playing. Wow, it shows. Oh shit. Hi. There's something weird about seeing you with a rocket launcher. Oh, I didn't miss those.
The stage just keeps getting better and
These
better.
dogs are humongous. Thank you for being so kind as to let me reload and not attack me. Having a motorcycle is also something I was not expecting to see.
So much for the directory.
Oh shit. I feel like there's something behind me.
Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
Ooh, nice. That's a screenshot. That's a desktop background right there.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on.
What are we doing here? Gladiators? Smart.
Should have worn a helmet.
Okay, Leon. Oh hell yeah, we biking. You kept saying just hack, but it's called dot hack. The dot in front of is so dot hack sign? Jeez, that's gotta hurt your ass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not coming out of that with that injury if you come out of that at all.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around now.
So I guess we're not getting gray sprinkles. It's just purely Leon now. Yeah, it's a trope, and again, this is meant Resident Evil, especially with Leon, has always been well, not always, but in the last this era of Resident Evil has always been kind of like over the top action movie types. So I get it, but there's just trope in like games and movies where it's like as long as you land in something cushiony, like if you land on the seat, as long as you don't fall off your motorcycle, you're safe. Or you can fall for like 30 seconds straight at terminal speed, but if someone catches you, you're safe. And it's just like the ground doesn't kill you. The problem isn't that the ground is evil and is going to kill you. The problem is that the ground makes you suddenly stop moving and your organs with all that momentum just become mush inside of your body. So if you're falling at terminal speed and then suddenly some magical being comes underneath you and catches you, you're still dying. It's like the movies where it shows Tony Stark falling and then suddenly his suit gets on him and then he blasts up. He's dead. His body has become juice inside of his steel case.
Can't believe it's still standing.
It's on you now.
This would have been really cool if I played that game. This would have been a great moment for me right here. I'd be like, oh damn, look where I'm at. You know, maybe it's because I'm not from a big city and because I haven't been to a police department. But is it normal for police departments to look like a fucking museum? This is the most ornate shit I've ever seen. Interesting, fans rejoice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll work this time, Ruben.
Sheridan RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah. Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure.
Huh. You can't save anyone. Na, 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 na.
That fucking guy.
We know who he is?
Shit, she's in danger. Sheridan found base.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly. Someone's been expecting us. Gotta lock on our location. Head of there now.
Copy that.
I mean, we're aware that this is a trap, right, Leon? Homie straight up looked at the camera. He might as well have waved at you. I wish I told you how much you have. Marvin Brenna.
Hey, Lieutenant Brenna. Kennedy, reporting for duty.
Champions of Justice, are you ready? Duty calls. Provision Specialist Neil, do you have the pizza and beer at the ready? Make sure you've got some soda hand. Decorations Manager Elliot, think you're an artist and show us what you've got. Make sure you've used the. Good. Is this relevant? Oh, that's clever. So there was a welcome party for Leon, and that's why the thing that said welcome Leon were already there. But then Homer used it as a way of taunting me. I was wondering where the hell he just got a bunch of letters to spell that thing out exactly. I hear bubbling. Thursday 4th, we're returning to the station into another shelter due to sudden massive outbreaks. Police personnel have been instructed to make the safety of the citizens the top priority as we command as many of them as possible. One of the refugees attacked us in the middle of the night, resulting in the death of an officer and injuring three others. The person in question was quickly restrained. We believe this is simply a case of someone snapping under stress. A mob attacked the station today, resulting in a number of casualties. A few survivors were able to make it safely on the emergency shuttles, but surrounded as we are, it'll be hard for any of us to escape this place. We're not. We're sure we can fix any of our comm equipment, so we ran We're not sure we can connect any of our comm equipment, so we remain cut off from the outside world. There was another clash at the west side of the station at 1 p.m. 12 people died, and there is only a handful of survivors left. Everything is falling into disarray. And here, David Ford. Making me waste my bullets. You're good. Nothing's really happened to comment on. I'm just kind of wandering around this place, figuring out what I'm supposed to do.
Jesus. Rest easy, officer.
I like the contextual animations. How his attack might be different depending on what's around when he does it. The lower jaw is missing. Okay, good observation, Leon. I found it. Found his arms too. Oh no, a puzzle! Ah! Or is this a reference to maybe this was a puzzle on in the first game? Or that would be a second game. Oh, I actually remember this section when I played the demo. Where is the little clinker? I hear it very close by. Oh, hi. I said clinker. But flanker's good too. One day when it's illegal to be racist against AI, our AI's overlord, the word clanker is gonna become a crime.
Good lives needlessly lost.
1996 with the Elite Stars members. Stars. What does stars stand for? I completely forgot about stars. Special Tactics and Rescue Service. I remember they were the group that went into the mansion in Resident Evil 1. But I don't know if they were like part of the police, the government, military, what. I remember this guy actually. That looks like maybe Jill. Considering it's the only chick, I'm guessing that's Jill. Uh, Possible that none of them are the characters from Resident Evil 1. I'm just completely wrong. Current training plan for the new recruit. Join Jill at the shooting range. Pick the girls up from soccer. Don't be late. Ah, Barry, that was his name. Find that missing library book. Top priority. The librarian is about to blow a gasket. Looks like the captain's checked it out last. Yeah, so I guess they are special unit of the police department. You kids have fun solving this one. Very. The medicinal benefits of herbs. A. Wesker. Where is this? Got blackboard of a TV at the top. That looks like a TV. No blackboard though. That's a blackboard. Definitely looks nothing like that layout though.
For your questions.
What is this?
The ruins of the Raccoon City Police Department.
Why did you bring me here?
I'll explain everything. You don't have to be afraid.
Explain it to me.
You need to understand.
Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus. Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Albus.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts.
Holy shit, I might. Is Grace and Emily?
Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped. They each have their own sad story.
Oakland City Orphanage, February 1990.
God, do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now. Are you kidding me? Out of my way.
Hey, are you awake? What? Where did everybody go?
Oh, I guess I do get a Grace sprinkle. This is gonna be as young Grace, or I guess clone Grace? Because pretty sure this is a Grace. 1990 sounds a bit too early. Pretty sure the Raccoon City incident happened in the late 90s. Well, there's no reason Grace could have been a little girl before the incident, I guess. But what the hell are they talking about not being able to contain
Why
them?
are they just here? But it's past our bedtime.
Hey, it's the time we've all been waiting for. What are you talking about? Grace sprinkles? I'm so tiny.
Stay away. Stay away. Get back. Don't come any closer. No, get back! Get back!
Hey! What are you doing?
Chasing you now.
What was that?
Ew. Yes, yes, classic. This always works. Ah, this shit's been done from a young age, guys. Do, do I sneak out here? Oh, well, what you gotta realize, Mario, right, is that they're all clones. So actually, they're all dumb. So I'm good. I feel like I should be sneaking out right now. I feel like I'm gonna get screwed over by not having escaped while they were looking at the other beds. I I I think I'm screwed. I'm I screwed up. Okay, cool. Oh, I have to crawl out.
Please, someone help me.
I thought I was crouching. I forgot I'm just small. Hello. What you looking at? Something interesting? What? Huh? Is that a seam? Do I spot a seam? That's a really bad seam. Holy crap. That doesn't match at all. Seam! Oh, I understand. I am in full comprehension.
Please open.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They really are all dumb, huh? Should I crawl out? You telling me that now I have to be on the lookout for like 6 different demon girls scattered all over the building? I can hear you right there, bro. I think they're going upstairs now. Mm. Should I just run through? Do I jump out the window? Hey. They'll never find me here. Man, they give up the chase so easily.
Can't let them find me.
Thank you, Grace. I feel like Grace will be the final boss with all her clones. I don't think they'll kill Grace. I could be wrong, but I don't think Resident Evil has ever done something as ballsy as killing off a main character. Or like making a main character someone you have to kill off. I think the only time they've ever done that was in Resident Evil 6 when you had to kill Pierre, which, well, no, you didn't even have to kill him. He just sacrificed himself. And he was, I mean, he was a main character in 6, but he wasn't really like a main character in the overall. Well, I mean, I guess neither is Grace. I don't know. I just don't think it'll happen. It'd be cool though. Be a nice, nice plot twist. I'm just gonna open it. I'm just gonna open it. Nope, I can't do that. Oh, she totally saw me. She totally saw me. Oh, goodbye, world. Bye. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. You know, what's kind of scary is that I feel like if toddlers, and I know this is not a toddler age, right? She's like maybe what, 6, 7, 8? But if toddlers had like this kind of strength, I feel like that's exactly what they would do. And not even just out of malice, they would legitimately just think it's against your snap your neck.
What do I do? What do I do? Please just be a bad dream. What? Why did they? Where am I?
Telling me you just slammed these giant metal doors open? Like that is just a hunk of metal. Umbrella. Oh yeah, there's the 90s, so they're still very much active. I feel like the other girls are gonna come in and I'm gonna need to hide in there. Name of deceased Charlotte, age 7 years, 2 months. Female, date of death, January 14th, 1990. Comments discarded due to volatile symptoms. It's gonna be quite the fall. Oh, very nice. Someone to just set up a mattress there. What in the AI does words even say? Yep, yep. That's what I figured. You don't surprise me, game. Oh, Jesus, did not see her there. It's a good thing they don't run.
What's wrong with them? What is this place? It won't open.
You know, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like maybe I'm wrong, you know? But I feel like I have enough pictures of me as a little kid where if I saw a little kid, a little boy that looked like me, um, I would be able to kind of recognize that, you know? Though the serious 60% of recombinant DNA increasing the volume of Spencer's injected plasma can now result in successful memory transfer. Series 60 possesses recombinant DNA. Increasing the volume of Spencer's injected plasma did not result in successful memory transfer. Mental abnormalities were developed. We will perform the next medical procedure and progress to the final phase. However, after adjusting the viral load in the blood of Series 70 subject Chloe, improved signs of stability were observed. We will continue to monitor her progress. So it was unbelievable. I somehow got invited to the renowned Oswald E. Spencer's lab. I heard rumors about the place, but to think Ark has been underneath me the entire time. I was given a quick tour to the attached orphanage too. The children were there. The children there really creep me out. They all have nasty surgical scars across their heads, and if you meet their gaze, they'll greet you with this unsettling giggle. Apparently, they are used for human experiments. The whole thing gives me goosebumps. To have built a place like this, Spencer must have been more unhinged than any of us imagined. Sensational. The prospect of being able to freely experiment on those kids sends shivers of anticipation throughout my entire body. It's so exciting. Oh, I thought you were just having a normal human response. For now, I'll start by making the rounds at the orphanage tonight. It seems like the newbie always gets stuck with their boring jobs. Hopefully, I can wrap up the tedious bits quickly so I can prepare for the real fun tomorrow. It's a mighty clean rat. Huh.
Are those babies?
Doctor? Baby? Baby closer. Nah, those are gummy bears. Baby open. Baby cradle. Big baby. I love how we just skipped straight to child. Like everything in between, not important.
Is that how I...
I've got her! Get over here now!
She's showing symptoms too.
We need to get rid of her.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we'll go.
So...
Are you like a
what,
failed male experiment?
I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered and... when she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
Was she even really my mother?
It's time to embrace your destiny.
That's some Albert Wesker shit.
Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
Oh, hell no.
Have fun.
I remember you.
Then you should know you should not have tried to shoot him with a pistol.
I remember that, too. Sherry, wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
Sounds like it's still stirring in there. You know, the game was getting a little slow for me, but that's what I needed to really get me going again, was just a little bit of delicious lore.
I don't have time to deal with this.
Well, we're dealing with it. Wow, that was more than half of my health. We don't do stairs? The fuck? Good lord.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this.
Oh, he walked fast. I didn't know Jason. I thought he was just like strolling on down the hall, but that man was power walking.
Give me a goddamn break.
Oh, good circle.
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Grey Stark. The orphanage is the entrance.
What is ARC?
Not sure.
Oh, well, there was my answer. The building in the center of town wasn't always a police station. In fact, it used to be an art museum. Various features like the unusual clock tower and the goddess statue in the main hall remind us of a bygone era. The building is known for its stained glass window, which attracts visitors from around the world.
But apparently it's someplace important.
Jesus Christ, that sucks. Surface scope. Still finished scope. Custom part for the classic 70. Oh, well, that sucks. This scope boasts a high optical performance, making it ideal for hitting long range targets. Well, I no longer have that gun. Assuming I can't put it on this. Yeah, I didn't think so. No. Oh, I guess I kind of needed it though. So did I come here for a scope? Transfer shotguns, increase mid-range firepower, sacrificing close quarters potency. You're going to give a charm to your weapon to activate an effect. Equip a charm by selecting a weapon via the items menu, then select the charm you want to equip. Interesting. I feel like it's kind of late into this to introduce something like that. So I'm wondering if I've just missed some. It looks like that's all there was here, though. But there isn't really much where else to go. Oh, wait. Yeah, there is. Straightforward. Good lord. I gotta stop fat fingering the queue. You know what? No. Gun shop. Alright. Not sure. Gun shop kendo. Not sure how much I'll find in here after a zombie apocalypse. Wish I knew what that meant.
You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? What they did to us.
I'm so sorry. Never again.
Any of y'all play Resident Evil 2? Give me some context to this. Oh, hello, beautiful. Come back to shotgun that boasts an impressive spread, requires a firm grip to keep its high power in check. Leftover from Robert Kendo's gun shop has a folding stock along with custom enhancements. Weapons can be assigned to shortcuts. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Okay, this one is a bit weaker, but I have upgraded the power of this one already. I mean, this one can probably be stronger. Worse stability, worse reload speed, worse rate of fire, worse. I'm sorry. Is this supposed to be just a worse shotgun? I mean, I know I've upgraded this one a few times already, but hmm. Ah, here we go. There is the catch. So, this one has worst rate of fire. And it won't get any better. But despite the fact that this one has worse reload speed, it can be better. And it can be better than my current one can be. Same with the power. Oh, no, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. This one might be stronger, but this one has the potential of being stronger than this one. Same with the stability, same with the precision. So, nope, nope, nope. The stability. Shit, hold on. Power, for attack, police. Okay, so this one can be stronger, but it will always be less stable, less precise. Actually, this can't even get more precise. But it has less max ammo capacity. But it can eventually reload a little faster. Uh, uh I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. Like, yeah, in the long run, this could be a bit stronger than this one. But from what I can see, just about everything else is better in this one. Does it have cool upgrades or something? Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with my shotgun. Oh, oh, I can actually make the Requiem stronger. feel like the rate of fire for something like a record, the Requiem doesn't really matter because you're only like shooting one or two bullets. You're never really like unloading a whole clip of the Requiem. Mm. I think this might be a good point to end this. Let's see if anything happens. Because I feel like I just got a lot of bullets, and this is a relatively open spot area. So something might happen if I take a few steps forward. We'll see. There we go.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I can stop bastards like you.
Of course. Must get uglier. Oops.
Die on you, son of a bitch.
Oop. Ouchie.
Not yet. I'll stop you as many times as I have to.
All right. I suppose I was right. Bullets, big open space, never fails. Never fails. The question is, do I save right here? Or do I go to the orphanage and then hope that there's a safe spot nearby and then I can start the next stream already in the orphanage? Hmm. It's getting late. I'll save it here. Agreed. Alrighty then. Next time we'll go to the orphanage. Arrivederci. Thank you for joining.